G'day everybody, and welcome back for more of the Assertive Combat Systems modding. I've been thinking about the fact that I've done all of this extra stuff in the last weeks to months even, that isn't in the test version of the mod. And that's because of me wanting to do a big release, of an actual release that means something, that's not just tiny little iterations, so that there's a reason to switch out and go to the new mod, and a reason for me to legitimately get rid of the other ones. So I've been trying to think about a bit of a roadmap of things I'd like to achieve before to what's the word I'm looking for? Like the things I'd like to achieve before I do that release. So first off, let's just go to there, create a new file. So roadmap goals for release. First off, 50 cargo ships. So that's 50 combined between the atmospheric and the space ones. I think I'm at around 40 something now. Then I'd also like to, and Pav has been working on this, integrate the assertive bunkers, which, when I say integrate, it means the way that it'll be integrated is you can choose whether or not to have the bunkers in your game. So all you do is you subscribe to this mod, which has all of the prefabs and everything, and then if you want to, add the bunkers mod into your save. If you want to get rid of the bunkers, you remove the bunkers out of your save. But that bunkers mod is actually just a hollow, empty mod. The reason to do that is to allow me to continue to update, if I need to, any of the behaviors and things like that without having to update multiple mods at once, which is kind of handy. Then I'd also like to set up multiple difficulty levels for each spawn. At the moment, they're all set up as an easy one, which means they spawn the cargo ship and that's it. They'll bring in some drones sometimes, but not always. What I'd like to have is ones that spawn with an escort. So that'll be the higher difficulty ones, and ones that spawn potentially, at least in space, some large grid drones to support them. There are a few large grid drones that were submitted early on in the ACS list, like Jackson's Fight Bright, which I'd like to bring back in that role before I do this release. And what else was there? Can anyone think of anything else that I wanted to do that I've mentioned? I think that's mostly it for now. If we come up with other stuff during this stream, we can well, yeah, we can add to that list then. Roadmap. This is actually being saved in the mod folder, so I shouldn't lose this file. Which reminds me, where is my checklist? There we go. Need that for later. Yes, step 4. Step 4, question mark, step 5, profit. And oh, also, Lucas has been working on his complete rewrite of Rival AI and the modular encounter spawner, so that might well release around the same time as this. Potentially, depending on how he goes on that side of things. Last time we were on this save looking at these ships, I think my stream corrupted? Or something went wrong? Or Capac got... I don't remember. But I didn't quite finish off this build and its checklist. Yeah, a rewrite. It'll be a combined modular encounters systems or something mod. Oh, that's right, my graphics card crashed. That's it. Let's hope that doesn't happen today. So we have a ship with an appropriate name. Has it been copy-pasted to check integrity? It has not. I don't think. We cut. And that looks good. Oh, am I happy with the gun placements? That's what I haven't fiddled with on this one for the exterior guns. I've got top and bottom big guns. Got nothing rearward. Got this little one here, and we've got a couple of internal ones, I think, as well. Yeah, one interior one. I feel like I need more on this. Also, this save has decided to start chugging on my PC for some reason. I've got a new save for the next block of ships. But, yeah, it's really annoying. I keep dropping frames every now and then. And it is very much, it seems to be this save game, because this save game is actually really old. It has been through many versions of Space Engineers. Maybe? I wonder if an interior turret out there and same on this side would be good. So they'll cover a bit of the rear approach. And it'll give a good bit of side coverage too. Yep. I've spoken through this one quite a few times. Survival Impossible is going to return, but it can't right now. Unfortunately, me moving into my new house is taking a lot longer than it was expected to, and that was when I was going to restart Survival Impossible. But right now I just have the office to record in and stream from, which doesn't really work for me setting up extra PCs for doing the time lapses and having a period of time to record when I'm not disrupting Capac and other things like that. So it will return. I miss playing that save. I miss just building stuff that is ridiculous. So yeah, it's coming back. It's just probably going to be, at this stage, best guess is July. But it is waiting on builders, so who knows how long it will actually take. Corinhorn, no, I don't have any active Stationeers stuff going on at the moment, but I am hoping to start another stream series in it at some point. Possibly when I've got this mod at its release state. I'd like to get back into it, because then I can play some single player and relearn how to do everything. It might be Gannett. It might be. You'll find out on Wednesday. If the silhouette didn't already give it away. I forgot to check whether these have ammo. Yep. All good. So, we have copy-pasted. We have not checked if there's a remote control. There is. The antenna. Where's the antenna? Antenna, yeah, range is decent. I might stop that a little bit more. Guns are fine. Ammo in guns is fine. I think I checked the lighting last time and I was pretty happy. if you come up here, let's reduce the intensity of this light. It's a bit too bright. We come through. We've got all our red warning light on this side. And then we've got our... This side will be... actually, what I might do as well... Close those doors. And then... Where have I got a gun? There we go. Let's damage these ones. Yeah. So the side that's got all the warning lights is the one that's been broken into, but this one somehow stayed secure. Okay, we got our cockpit, which I think I put stuff into. Yep. So I think I've already done the loot on here. Close these doors. And... Randomizer loot was already on. Checked grid lane. Close the doors, you heathen. And make a blueprint and export. Okay. Cool. This one is done. I thought it was pretty close. So, Control B. Wait, what? Why you don't... What? Oh, hang on. Is the name correct on this? Is it NPC-ACS? Yes. Control B. Okay, it did work before, but it just decided to be weird. Fine. Copy. F11. Export. Right, we are exported. There is a space at the end of the name. That upsets me. Because that will make me mess stuff up. And blueprint again. And I had my export folder open. I did, yes. Let's get rid of the one with the space. No, that one has a space too. I'll have to fix that up later. Dang it! I hate this. There's so many little things. I have to check the grid names properly. Okay, so last ship in this block. Let's just get rid of everything. See if it does anything to improve performance. Nope, can't Control D to delete the planet from here. Is that the... We've got... That looks... Oh no, that's my med bay. Alright, so the final ship in this bunch is a Cryo Transporter. Previously I've shown what the original build looked like, which the cockpit's not bad, but the back end definitely had some improvements that could be made using DLC blocks. As you can see, it's quite boxy even on the inside, and then we've got a lot of cryo tubes. So let's go have a look at the new one. What? The bubbly bertha was meant to be weird. The space in the name bothers me because it is something that will increase the chances of me stuffing up a spawn group and causing the mod to have issues and be really, really hard to find the new like find the problem. So that's why. So, taking the design from the first bit and reducing the amount of green and breaking up these side pods. And then taking that same pattern through into the cargo section at the rear, giving it a bit more of a sleek look. Less of a basic box. And also none of the interior, the catwalk plate. Which, when, especially in repeat, is something that's... So, let's hop inside. We have our entry over here. Little bit of a rework in here, but not too much. It's pretty similar. Kept the survival kit because I think that makes sense on board a ship that has cryo bays. I might, now that we've got the new passageways, I might change this up and... it is annoying. I don't like the walking across it, but it had to be done here so that you had glass above, because otherwise you'd have to put glass below, and walking on that would be even weirder. But I can get rid of this bit of light here by putting one of the new lighted ones in. Obviously got some good defense. And then we have a very different cryo bay with substantially fewer medical components. Which is good. And you've also got a little dressing area for each pod. Then we go up this side. Same over here. And over here. And I think using the DLC stuff for the catwalks and everything makes this space work a bit better. I'm going to have to get a bit clever with the lighting in here so that we've got light above, because obviously these catwalks occupy that cube above, so we don't have anywhere to put lights, which means I may decide to put lights on the wall vertically rather than horizontally like I've done, just to see if that works a bit better. But yeah, you can see that this kind of feels a lot more like the rest of the ships now. So, let's start with these catwalks. Pop. Pop. Uh-oh. That wasn't what I wanted to delete. No. Is that just an armor block there? Remember what was there? Oops. Oh, and there's a turret that I've just popped off. It's no longer attached to the ship. What could be done here to make it... Don't know how that'll work. Alright. So, unfortunately, there are aspects of this that I like that are... Where did I put the dang passageways? Hello, passageways. Oh, there. So, what I was going to say is, there are aspects of this that I like that mean that I will have to have some aspect of this passageway in a way that I'm not... that isn't perfect for what I'd like. I like having the roof open and glass. So that means we have to have passageways lined up so that their roof is the floor. Could try and use the passage side, but then I need some way of putting glass in here, which I don't have. So I need to have the full passage block used. And I wonder how it's going to feel walking on this bit with the cables. I'm not sure it's going to work. Especially when you have to do this. Because you won't have the light on the floor. Yeah, I think the old ones are better. Although, what about passage 2? Nah. It has to be the old ones, doesn't it? Passage 2 kind of works. But, yeah, I think... Ooh, or... That's right, I forgot they added these in. We've got windowed ones now. Forgot about those. And we have a passage 3 wall. Can't use the windowed ones though, because that still doesn't help me. That transition isn't horrible, is it? Huh. Yeah, that actually works. I'm surprised. I am quite surprised. Okay, let's fix this light. Let's get in there. Needs to go a bit further. That'll be about right. Now these all just... yeah, they're all plain white. I need to fix up all the lights. I think this ship might suit better having a bit of a blue tinge, because it's all that clean medical look. Oh, well, that colour. That feels almost greenish. I kind of like it. Yeah, it'd be really nice to have the variations on all the different types of passageways, rather than just some of them having all the variations. I just thought of something. How many people do you think are going to capture these ships and wonder, one, why their lights are all named weirdly, but two, start setting up their own lighting and go, why don't my lights match? Why is all the colour funny? There we go. Let's just at least name them simply. I'll try and remember to do this a bit more often. I think it'll be a good habit to get into for my own builds as well. I don't know what that is, Starman. Yeah, this looks nice and sterile and clean. Yeah, cool. So I should have... yeah, that's gotten everywhere around here. Where have I got lights on this thing? get rid of all these. Instead, go with one there and one here. This should give me all the light I need and make a bit more sense that it bleeds through to the top. Yeah, that works reasonably well. I'll have a look at the top layer in a second once I've done these lights. So let's have a look on the upper floor. Yeah. The lighting makes enough sense. Yeah, lots of good lighting for the gun to shoot you by. Kind of wondering whether this desk should be this way or the other way around. It makes sense that it's this way for anyone who's coming out of cryo sleep, that there's like a nurse that checks on them and things like that. But then equally it feels like someone sitting there controlling the turret makes some sense too. Although I have just noticed this turret points straight at the pilot. Which might not be the best idea. Stray shots. Pilot's dead. Maybe I can think of a way to make that less of an issue. Kind of like that this has the little couch with the crew bit. I guess what I could do is move the pilot seat over to the side so it's not centered, and then have these desks and move them over this way. I don't think I'd have noticed that on most ships, and I've probably done it before. It's just this one's so obvious with the tunnel of passageways leading to it. Yeah, I was thinking about flipping the locker, but that also didn't feel right. We do try this. Although then the pilot's right next to the kitchen. And that feels weird. Dang it. Grr. Uh-oh, what did I just get rid of? Oh, I know. Pilot next to kitchen. That doesn't feel weird. That feels Capac. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I think this will work okay. What I might do is that, and then replace this bit that I accidentally deleted. Now we got space that doesn't feel like the pilot's going to get shot in the back of the head by his own gun. The poor co-pilot, the poor co-pilot will. Okie dokie. We have lighting. We have a pilot that shouldn't get shot by his own gun. So, now we need story stuff. Which, I don't think I've got anything on here yet. I do not. Alright, let's have a quick look. I haven't gone into the more recent Talking Dead submissions. I wonder if any of these will work in the cryopods. In fact, most of them... In fact, the majority of them could. Because it could be that this is like a ship that's been picking up various different bodies around the place and sticking them in cryo storage. So the Talking Dead is the name of the channel that I created for people to submit stuff for me to put onto the data pads in the game. Ah, thanks, Armadiran. I like having data pads on the ships because it adds something different about this stuff that isn't in similar mods. And it's another cool way of getting you guys to be included in in the mod itself. And I like that. I might change out those 4 turrets for one big one. Maybe. Think about that after. So if we have a look, Magalore. 20 finds this. Yeah, I wonder if all of these could work. So, thought he's going through a dimensional portal, actually end up dead. Yeah, this one could... Yeah. Although that one's probably more suitable for the Panini sidecar since it's referencing it directly. Beer Seeker, I'm not going to mess with any of the... Like, I'm going to leave the turrets set at 800 meters for now. I'll start going back through and adjusting any of the turrets once Keen release Warfare 2, as I'm not sure what else is going to change. So I don't want to make changes based on something that's half done when I don't know what Keen are going to do next. So I'd rather just keep it consistent for now, because who knows what they're doing with those turrets. Yeah. Yeah. Mission log 876. Seems this mission is cursed. The pilot has been found dead in his chair for 4 straight mornings, and if not for this cryotube, maybe the ship designer will find the flaw. Right, let's go create some data pads and pop them in some of these cryotubes. got to have some story of why, who's in what. Shift of 10, data pad, where are you? No, no, stop grabbing the wrong bit of the message. And now just fix up some of the typos. Yeah, I'll try not to spawn 10,000 data pads again. That was not nice. I think everything needs an exclamation point. Cool. Okay, so let's... Cryo chamber. There we go, one data pad. Ooh, actually... Do you guys have any... Did I miss the lowercase I? Drat. Do you guys... If you guys have any ideas right now that are submissions... to go in these cryopods... pop them in chat. Because we got, what? 12 cryotubes. And I might put data pads in, say, 6 of them? 7 of them? What? Dang lowercase i's. There we go. Wow, those cryopods are loud. Oh, Dracua, that is a great way to crash someone's game, giving them a ship with 40,000 data pads on board. So I will leave this one in here. Even though I feel like it was intended for the panini. I feel like this is just some sort of science ship and they've been collecting bodies or collecting people who are near death to experiment on them or something. Let's grab another one. And here. Just felt weird calling someone just L to me. And there we go. Now I got to do some upstairs. What else we got? Sorry I haven't written home in a while, Mum, but I found a job. That's the one I already did. It's about thumbs. We won't use that one. I really need to start putting these, adding these to the blueprint I've got with all the different ones. Yeah, silent moments. I wish there was a way to link data pads to an actual spawner in MES. I can't see a way that Lucas could do it unless he can pre-generate a station and then generate a data pad based off that station, which can then be spawned in a loot table on a random loot on a ship. But I just don't see that happening. It would work great in a scenario where you've got, pre-placed structures, and that's something that's coming with MES. The rewrite is we'll be able to hopefully place stuff down and then have Rival AI control those structures. So they'll be spawned in at a specific GPS. That'll be one of the really, really cool things that's will be possible for setting up proper scenarios, and it would just be great. Uh, yeah, this one's good. It's sad. It's a bit dark. Um, but I think this suits the tone of the rest of the cryopods. This one's by Codon. Unfortunately, it has too many characters and is too long. In fact, it could probably just end there and be left a bit open-ended. Yeah, that'll do. Let's do a couple of data pads that are just like subject, number, blah. Yes, drat. Ran out of storage space. There you go. Pop a couple of those in as well, just to add something different. Cool. Now we need some loot in these bits. So there is stuff in there. I've been finding that when Capac and Kanajashi and I have been capturing stuff, it's actually been really nice finding little bits of stuff, even if you don't use it. Being able to look in a container and go, oh, there's actually something in here. That's cool. There should be stuff in here. Where else should I be putting some loot? Down here. Oh! Grrr, glad I noticed that now. These are upside down. Upside down. That's better. Yeah, Hyson. The stuff in the lockers could be seen as a way to keep Capac busy. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about decorative NPCs, Pope. In some ways, yeah, I agree it'd be nice to have a block that has an engineer sitting in it, so when you have a look through a ship window, you can see NPC, like you can see engineers. But equally, once you then try to interact with them, it'd feel as hollow as it is. And at that point, I'm not sure it is what I would want. Oops. Put guns in the locker and tools in the armory. Can you put tools in the weapon rack? You can. Oh, what? Oh, I can't do stuff to the screen. I didn't realize I couldn't. Sad. Sad, sad, sad. So I think... bottom right screen. Oh no, I haven't added it to this save. It's the new save that I added it to. The LCD image mod that I worked on last time, I had added it to the new thing. Sadly not here. Yeah. An NPC in the cryo tubes could work because, or, you know, if they made the large grid ones see-through, like the small grid ones are, um, that'd be nice. Then you could have an NPC in there. That'd work because you wouldn't expect that NPC to move when you got on board. But, I mean, we've got the dead bodies, so those are ones that we don't expect to move. I just don't like littering these ships with dead bodies because then it starts to be a bit weird as to why are all these ships flying around with dead bodies on board? Because a lot of these ships you'll capture while they're still in flight and before they've crashed. So that's why I decided when I first started making this mod that the ships wouldn't be actually... the ships and the bases wouldn't be populated. Because I just preferred them not. And I think that is random loot done. So, let's copy paste first. Check integrity. Actually, let's check the turrets. So I was thinking of changing up this bottom bit. So I could put a big turret there and there. Yeah, I might do that. Oh. Landed on the ship below. That's going to make this a lot more difficult to approach from below because of the higher caliber. But the rest of it, I think, will be fine. Oh, good point, no boy. Roadmap. Add voice lines for unvoiced radio calls. Haven't done that yet. Jackson, there'll still be opportunities to submit for the voice lines because I've got more lines that haven't been voiced yet. So you will still have a chance. And for those wondering, it is something I limit just to people on my Patreon because otherwise there's just too many for me to go through. Okay. Back to build checklist. Copy paste for integrity check. There appear to be no floating parts, so that is good. Integrity checked. Remote control. Check. Antenna, range and name. Deep space cryo transport. And I can't access from the outside. Let's increase that to something reasonable so you can spot it. Guns at adequate range is done. Ammo in guns, I'm pretty sure is done. Yes. Oh, I have something to ask you guys. Should, because I'm going to probably end up going through all of the builds again before release and doing some minor tweaks. Should I make some turrets hidden and named without turret. To make it harder to, when you jump on a ship, the first thing you want to do as soon as you can get control of a control panel is check how many turrets there are on board. And the first thing people are going to do is search turret. Yes and no. So I'm interested to see what you guys think about that. Should I do that on every ship? Should I have some that are hidden and name changed? Because the hidden thing is so easy to overcome. You just go blunk, and they're no longer hidden. So that's why I would do hidden and name changed, just to make it actually a bit of a hassle and potentially mean that people won't see every turret and they might get surprised by some of the traps and things like that. Yes. So if you want it just on some ships, just answer yes, because I probably won't do it on every single ship, but I think most ships would benefit from having some turrets, or at least the internalized turrets, so the ones not on the outside of the ship, hidden from the player. Well, it might not just be planning the demise of Capac, it might also be planning the demise of Kanajashi, because Kanajashi is the one that keeps checking them in our playing so far, not Capac. So I might be setting it up to make his life harder. Alright, we did our lighting, I was happy with that. Done our random minor loot. Let's check the grid name. Let me see, ACS Deep Cryo Transporter. And there was a space at the end. Good, that is fixed. Yeah, Slayers J, definitely myself as well. I'm quite happy to trap myself out with these things. That's one of the reasons I want to have a large number of ships in this mod, because by the time I run across those ships, I'm not going to remember where everything was. It's just not possible. So I get to experience it properly too, which is awesome. That's not a bad idea, RD Madeira. Rename some other stuff as turret. So it seems like it's a pretty resounding yes, I should do this stuff and make it harder for people to spot the turrets. Just keep the ones that are hidden actually hidden. So I'm pleased that you guys agree with me there. Why is this vending machine named Toilet? I just had an idea. I wonder if Lucas has a ready, like just a scripted version of the hacker drone. With just the renaming thing. So have the ship hit with the hacker drone script. So everything is just random named anyway. So the only way you're going to pick out what you've got on the ship is to look at the icons and search through the icons. Thanks, Barleys. Oh, that could be a brilliant way of doing it, because they'd be all randomized. So while it's easy to pick, say if I renamed a turret to Armory, you'd see, oh wow, why is that icon different? But if they're all random, you're just not going to find them. You're not going to bother, because it'll just be too hard. Though, equally, that'll be really annoying if you want to take over the ship and then actually find stuff, because you'll have to go through and rename it all yourself. So I'm not sure how I feel about that one. I like the idea and I don't like it at the same time. Grid name's fine. Let's close all the doors. And we make a blueprint and then we export. Hooray! That is that block of ships complete. And if I have a look at my export folder, that's another 6 I need to add into the mod. I think, if I recall correctly, when I started this block I had 35 ships, maybe? No boy, I don't know. Whether they'll try and bring someone else in. I had other plans which didn't work out with the way things went on the server. So yeah. At the moment it'll just be the three of us. And I suspect it'll probably be the three of us till the end of the series. Not sure exactly when that's going to be, but I can't imagine it'll be months away. I think somewhere in the 40s in the ships. Let's have a look. So we got atmospheric cargo ships. That's a really unhelpful way to look at it. Nuts. 1, 2, 3. We got some number. I'm not counting it now. Yeah, no boy, I had a plan, but it didn't work out, so that's why I made so many pods and then didn't use them. That's what I want to do. I want to load up the next batch. So that would be, I think, this one. Yes. Let's just make sure I've got the LCD mod. No, I do not. Dracoa, it would be interesting to have escape pod type stuff launched from ships. The trouble is, as soon as you start doing that, you need subgrids, because large grid escape pods are huge, and so then the ship has to be enormous, and then it all falls apart in terms of keeping it performance friendly, which is sad. I'd like to do stuff like escape pods and little things like that, but it just doesn't work. Just say it. So, here we have the next batch of ships. Yes, Beer Seeker, you do see Jax's colours in 2 of the ships. Can't remember whether I did this back to front. I remember which one was first in the list, but either way, we'll go through all these. I think possibly by the end of this set, or it might have to be the next set, I'll reach 50 ships. So let's start with the original builds. So we've got the Comet Executive Jet. Just quite a nice, sleek transport thing with our entry at the back here. And then it's like your standard sort of commuter or upscaled commuter ship. Which is something different, which isn't really in any of the things so far. Then we have this, which is a drone called the Golden Spear. In fact, I should probably go and get into the ACS chat thing and say who did these ships. That'd probably be a nice touch. And how long ago these were submitted. Because I think we're still back in 2019. Which is horrifying. Where is it? I'm almost there. Almost there. There we go. Wait, is that where? Ah, so that was the... Yeah, I got it. I get it. Okay, so I started at the wrong end. Oh no, the... What? Okay. Duplicate submissions are confusing me. So yeah, Eisen's was the executive jet, and then we've got Match's Golden Spear. Now this one I'm going to turn into a crewed ship, so it's not a drone. I think that should be something relatively doable if I remove these cargo containers and turn this center section into the occupied crew section. No boy, I don't know which mod what those cameras came from. It might have been Space Engineers Expanded. The reason I don't have drones is because I want the drones to be the little fighter support craft. I don't want them to be the major cargo ships for the most part. Because I decided that a while ago and I can't really remember exactly why. Then here we have the Valle Crucis, which is by Jexam, which I think I've pasted in upside down. Yes, I have. So this is another one of Jexam's blue, pink, and silver designs, which really works. So it was actually Jexam's build that inspired me to make the LCD images that allow you to write stuff, because I was looking at this ship and wanted to do this. On the screen, let's add text editor. Then shrink our font size. Add more text padding. Because I wanted to have this sort of thing. Oh, I need to turn off my lights. Because that looks so much more in-world. Yeah, SE Expanded is a mod, not a DLC, no boy. that a bit darker? Yeah. But yeah, this is kind of what I wanted to do with it. So yeah, Jackson, you inspired this when I was looking at this ship. Because I think it works on bigger LCDs like this, but on the little ones, that just... I don't know, I think it looks heaps better. Yeah. That's that, which I'll obviously have to do again on the one that's the slight modification of this, but... That's the interior. Let's have a proper look at the exterior of this thing. Which is pretty cool. Next ship. If we go back to Discord. Is from Big Ol' Bear, which doesn't meet the submission criteria, but I had an idea of how I can turn it into something, which I started on and I'm going to continue work on, hopefully this stream, converting it into something that can fit with the design of the rest of the mod. What I've started with is taking off the big wings, which I felt looked a bit too square compared to the rest of the design. Because Space Engineers doesn't have any ability to do nicely swept wings, at least in large grid. Instead of having cargo attached here, what I've started is a bit of entry to a control seat, which will be up the front, and then I might move this attachment point back to where these batteries are. And then you can imagine it being able to carry some cargo. Yeah, Shamrock, I can see that. The next submission is one that's going to be immediately disqualified, but I'm going to show you guys anyway, which is a party ship. It breaks a number of the submission rules, but is interesting nonetheless. The main submission rule it breaks is the use of these LCDs. Any LCDs using the monospace style image are no-nos because they really break performance more than you'd expect from for what they are. So yeah, it's a bit of a interesting ship. Shows where you can go with Space Engineers if you want to, given we've got all these weird textures we can work with. But yeah, not really something we're going to be using in the mod. Well, not something we're going to be using in the mod. What does it sound, that LCD? Ah. Entry fee for the party ship. The next one is the Spire by Trekker, which is a unique ship because it's got these turbines on it. But is also a unique one because it's a vertically built ship. Which is quite a tough design to pull off, especially in vanilla Space Engineers, because you don't have many things that allow you to go up and down too easily. Except for ladders, but then it doesn't really feel the same. So this uses the stairs in that orientation as kind of like a steep stair. Yeah, has 2 entries. So you've got the ability to walk out down the bottom when you land. But I quite like this one because it is so different. Next up, we have the Scrabbler. So this one is another Jexam design, as you can tell by the colours. Now, the entry to this one again? I don't recall. Is that it there? Yeah. It's off to the side. So one thing I've found I do to Jackson's designs that he may not be super happy with is I start colouring the interior to a colour that you can see where stuff is. Because I find it not great having these really, really dark interiors. Especially for YouTube videos, they're not great, because then you guys can't see what's going on when Capac and I attack him. I do like this, though. Oops. Forgot I didn't have gravity. That's the Scrabbler. I'm going to run through all 10 of the ships first, and then we'll go back and do some designing. Next one we have is the Callisto. So this one's by Flyboy. Which has a bit more of your traditional ship shape. But I do like the use of... I like on pretty much every ship when people can manage to integrate different armor shapes. Like, if we go back to Jackson's here, you've got the pink parts actually standing out. And if you guys remember the WHI cargo transport that had the big diagonal sections that were used as part of the design and to create a sense of speed and movement. So I quite like that these little elements are on the side here. And it's something I'm trying to get better at using myself. It's deliberate design elements like that. I do like the little portholes hidden in here. Now where is the door? There. I always find these side doors so hard to find. Then, oh, I'm going to need to keep my jetpack on. We go down below decks. Got a bit of room to play with to add the extra decorative blocks down here and do some stuff. But this is pretty sweet. And to change up the way that these stairs work as well, so that they're not using the windows, but rather using the proper catwalk stairs. Zoom zoom. Next ship in the bunch is the Buzzard. Which is a pretty chunky ship and has some interesting interior. Arcadian made this one. Yeah, flying bridges are cool, but they are hard to make look good. This one's... this one in the rework, it looked like there were maybe bits pasted together. Because there are some parts that I couldn't quite figure out how they got to different spots. And yeah, so we're up here. I would always use a one of the projectory blocks rather than a half armor block, because when you sit in this chair, that's pretty high. So there's a fair bit of redesign that was done on the interior of this one, but I think that's fair because it looks like it's done without most of the decorative DLC stuff. Then we have our last ship in this batch, which is the ACM Hecate from Itopsahik, who you might remember from such scripts as the Vector Thrust 2 script. This one is a bit different. It's a bit different because it's got an underslung cockpit, which I quite like. And I think would be kind of cool to integrate into some of the atmospheric cargo ships too. And yeah, so that is a good point to make, guys. And a lot of these ship designs were submitted before the DLC blocks got added. So it's not that the person didn't have anything to do with them, it's that they didn't exist yet. Because this is 2019. This is more than... This is like a year and a half ago. When was this one submitted? October 2019. Oh, nice, Jackson. That is convenient. I do like the use of passageway blocks as thruster shrouds. I think it works. It's a good way of allowing this shape to continue without having to have the thruster stuck way a lot further back. And then we have our door, which is somewhere down here. It's our door. Why do I not remember these things? Ah, there it is. That's why. Because you come all the way around here. And then into our cockpit area. Yeah. And yes, there's some heavy armor on this one. Which is less of an issue because you're in space. But is something that I try and remove on anything that's atmospheric. Yeah. That is the next batch of 10 ships, and as you can tell, thanks to this being a brand new save with no planets and no asteroids, everything's running a lot nicer despite all these being here. I wondered if I broke something in the previous save when I had all the data pads in and killing it. Alright, let's look at the Comet. So this redesign Eisen actually sent me, which now takes advantage of the new DLC stuff. Something I've kind of grown to like that Eisen's done on a few of his ships to make it a little easier to get on board is having these sliding doors set what I think of as back to front, but it gives you a bit of a landing area to then open the door and get on board. So we've now got a small crew sleeping compartment. If you imagine, you've got them serving drinks and stuff from the kitchen down to the passengers who are in these more comfortable seats. I don't know, Eisen. I would have assumed that backpack would have gotten deleted, but I don't know for sure. Yeah, the cozy wood grain. I think it works in this context. It's hard to pull it off, but I think it kind of works here. Not sure about the cockpit being wood. Visually it works, but thematically I'm not so sure. Let's try it in a white and see if it breaks it too much. Now I did start setting up my things on this. Maybe just some mossy armor bits. Oh dear. Have a look. I think that still works. And it makes me feel happier. Because just something all computerized covered in wood seems like an exercise in, well, case modding. It just doesn't feel quite right. You can't afford my custom wooded cockpit. Yeah, that's right, Eisen. I can't afford it. Oh, that's unpleasant. Oh, Laws. How's it going, mate? Nothing's wrong with case modding. I just don't feel like it makes sense on a cockpit. Now, Eisen started to deliberately do a lack of lighting. He's out of, I think, some form of protest, has started doing Capac style lighting, which is spam lots of lights and don't change any settings. So let's fix the lighting in here. In fact, I have an idea. Wait, I did put lights on one of these, didn't I? Not there, not there, not there. I did not. Oh, I kind of liked having them overhead, actually. It added that little bit of wood to the ceiling. Though I thought the idea of having them low down would have been nice. Let's get rid of those. Oops-a-daisy. These two back in. And now that I've accidentally made a hole in the ground, it's the color that these were set to be. Now the sci-fi interior, there we go. That's what I wanted. Has these lines, which I think could work better as, you know, your visible, your guidance strips towards the exit. Nice, soft, warm lighting. Okay. Thanks for the heads up, Eisen, that I might not want to delete too much of the floor. Apparently the floor is very structural. Yeah, I think these lighting strips work a bit better. Oh, I see what the problem is. I think I'm... Oh no, that should still be attached because of that armor block. I think these blast door blocks would have popped off. I kind of did like having the extra lights, even though they're not strictly necessary. They worked with this design. So we'll do... Get there. Hey, I like making things look nice. It's what I do. And lighting is a huge part of that. Now this light should remain cleaner white because it's in the kitchen and lavatory bit. Yeah. Yeah, that keeps the different feel. I think I'm happy with this in terms of lighting on the interior. What do you mean you win, Eisen? You win? Do you win because of me placing those extra lights back in? Yeah, Jackson, I figured as much. As long as your armor colors are what you set them up to be, I didn't think you'd be too fussed as to what I do with the interior. Just thought I'd try something different with the lights on the outside here. See how it goes. Because the blue goes okay against the gold, and as long as it doesn't bleed inside, it should be fine. Yeah, there's no bleed. It's the tiniest little bit of bleed on here, but that'll be fine. Yeah, Jackson, I get what you're trying to do with the silver stuff. I find that it just, especially in video, just isn't bright enough. Yeah, I think you're right. I think leave that one white and then have blue for the others. No, I like the cockpit door not having wood. I think that'd be a bit too much wood. What about that blue? I think I'm okay with that blue. Now, guns. This thing needs guns because I think it's just got these two little turrets. No, it has 5. Where? What? Oh, sneaky. That's where the other ones are. Sneaky, sneaky. Okay. Well, in that case, I think I'll still put one on the top. Not there. It's kind of ruining the line. At least the outside of the ship isn't wooden. It would seem too much like Treebeard, and the ants never made it to space. They could never build a ship big enough to put its name on the side. You know what? This ship is fairly lightly set up in terms of loot, so... Oh, I love that. I love looking in and seeing that different coloured light through the windows. That's cool. Yeah, this will be a relatively easy one to take on. So I might just put one more turret up here. Golden turret. Yeah, it's the ship with the golden gun. Oh. Right. New save, need more ammo. And other little bits and pieces to put in loot. Hey Tex, how's it going, mate? Okay, let's create a cargo. Oh, I'm gonna need to create a cargo container for this. Let's just fix this up for now. Yeah, the golden gun is fitting for that ship. It is a bit... It's got a bit of that, you can imagine Bond being on this ship. There's a robot flight attendant. Alright, let's run through my list. My checklist. Oh yeah, the script. That's something I should do. Where have I got that script? Flight test script. It can just barely fly in 1G. That's alright. I wouldn't expect to see this thing on Omicron. Needs a depressed robot and then it will be complete. What? There's not really anywhere I can add extra lift to this anyway. I mean, I could extend these rear nacelles another block. And that would give me another one spot extra to put a thruster, but if it works on... Yeah, if it works on Earth-like, it should be okay. There's only one down thrust. And it's set up in a spot where I can't put an up thrust. So, oh well. He's fine. It can fly in 1G, that's fine. As long as it's over 9.8. Cool. So back to the checklist. We got copy paste for integrity. That is probably important given what I just did to it. Yep, looks good. Right, control, yes, we know it's got that. Antenna, range, and name. Name is good. Range can go up a little bit. Yeah, the thrusters are on. They're just idle. Guns at adequate range. They are all exterior guns. And they're all good. Wait, what? Is what a mix? Ah, yes, it is a mix of sci-fi and normal. I presume Eisen did this on purpose, that because it is normal, sci-fi, normal. And done the same on this side. So I've just kind of left it, because it's a bit different. Ammo in all the turrets. Yes. Oh! So thinking about that question I asked you guys earlier about whether I should have hidden turrets, it makes a lot of sense to make all of the blueprints of these things without hidden turrets so that I can check them all properly and then go back and change them to hidden afterwards. Because if I change them now, I'm going to struggle to check that all the turrets have ammo. No, Mr. Texfire. I expect you to greeble. Yes, that's fitting. Check lighting. We've done the lighting. I'm happy with it. Now we need some random minor loot. Lots of cola and coffee. Then we've pretty much only got stuff up the front. There's not a lot of space for loot on this thing. Because unfortunately couches don't have storage. They should have a tiny amount of storage. I want to put money in the couch cushions. Well, Tex, yes, you probably did push Greeble out there, but Greeble was a... I actually don't remember whether I came across Greeble first with you or earlier, because it's, I've certainly come across it since then, watching Kit Bash videos, and, like, stuff about how a lot of the Star Wars ships were made and all that sort of stuff, because... like, greebling is literally it's the process of breaking up a flat surface using small details. But I think we use it a bit more broadly in the Space Engineers community, thanks to yourself, largely. I might just leave it at this. Maybe a couple of power kits. I should put some power kits on board. Oh, and some medkits. There we go. Greeble has been used has been a word since Industrial Light and Magic used it as a variant for knurling when filming Star Wars. I always forget about knurling. Huh. I don't think these packages will do anything, but I suppose I can use them as a bit of filler. And I've often been tempted to put zone chips on some of the cargo ships as well. I was getting power kits, that's what I was doing, and I got distracted by other things. Oh dear. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Oops. I did it again! I did it again! It's like the data pads all over again. There's 10,000 of them! There's too many packages. Also, hello? Get the stuff I want from it. I just take like 5 of them. That'll do. And there we go. Entity list. Floating objects. Backpack. Remove. There we go. And we should have a med kit or a couple on board a luxury plane. I think that'll do. Yeah, I'm happy. Now I just gotta check the grid name. Whoops. Close the doors. I think Eisen did that to me on purpose when he sent me this updated version. So I had to fix the brackets, the parentheses. Check grid name, close the doors, make a blueprint, export. The couches have the wood paneling. We got the wood-panelled passageway. And a little bit of wood paneling up even in the cockpit. Just so you can see luxury through these through these windows. Not on purpose, Eisen. Okay. Control B. Control C. F11. Export. Yay! It's another ship done. So, now, next ship. We got this spiky thing. So this spiky thing is going to get some reworking once I stop moving. Start off with, let's get rid of these bits. Give me the bits I want to delete. So that's created a bit of space. We can get rid of these as well. And we lose the warheads, and someone remind me later that I've deleted the gyroscope. In fact, let's add to my checklist. Gyroscope. That should have been on there all along, I think. Yeah, that is a nice feature of Empyrean, being able to texture individual sides of blocks and paint them specially. It is nice. I'm going to get rid of those. Just open up this center section so I've got a bit of room to play with. Might lose these ones too. And then also going to copy this again. I'm going to delete a bit of it. I'm going to shorten it a little bit. It's a very, very long ship, and I think the extra mass of the ship is going to become a problem once I start fitting the lifting thrusters back into it. Potentially. So I think... it might... oh, actually... what do you guys reckon? Should I shorten it? I was kind of thinking I'd just get rid of... I go through here. And then cut out here. Like that bit. Get out of the way. Let me paste you. Oh no, why? Oh no, is there a floating object around here? No? No, no. So I was thinking that. Well, that's good, Big Ol. The more people getting roped into making packs of ships for modular encounters, the better, I reckon. Because we certainly... I don't think we can have too many, really. Yeah, Tex, I think it'd be kind of cool to do something with the fire truck and other than similarly memorable builds, like what Final Event did with the ships that Capac, myself, and our mercenaries flew in the final episode of Survival Unlikely. Because Final Event actually made a mod out of those ships and used lines from the episode for those ships to broadcast over the radio. And I think it'd be kind of funny to do a similar thing with some of yours and Wasted's and Shaq's stuff. Yeah, I feel like this is better than being as long as it was. What is in these bits? That's the batteries, okay. Let's get rid of that control seat. So, thinking about thrust. Lifting thrust. Wonder if these spots can be used. Or if it'll look a bit weird. Let's go sci-fi. I think it's going to need to be. I think that works. Oh, cool. So there was a ship, a mod made of your ships. That's awesome. I wasn't sure that there would be, because it would have been, because it was. You guys did your escape from Mars before Lucas did Modular Encounters, wasn't it? So it was back when they were just like vanilla cargo ship replacements. If my distant memories are serving me well. Let's do this. Yeah. Oh, Escape from Mars. I can't overstate how good that scenario is, and how sad it is that it still far exceeds anything that's come out since. And how disappointing the visual scripting tool is in terms of enabling people to create more scenarios. I'm really, really hopeful that the next version of Modular Encounters that Lucas is working on, that allows you to have pre-placed structures using the Rival AI setup, I'm really hopeful that it will enable more scenarios to be made that are of higher quality. That's the dream, anyway. Yeah. Duckroll... I really hope Duckroll is working in game design somewhere, because the cohesive experience that he created for Escape from Mars was incredible. Coming up with the grind to unlock process, scripting it into the story that it fitted well as you went along, the use of cargo transports between the bases as a way for you to get resources that it worked so well within the framework that Space Engineers created and provided, that it was really something special. And something that a lot of us have tried to somewhat recreate the experience of since. I'm going to need a lot more thrusters, I think. Yeah, kickback, man. I feel that. Finishing Escape from Mars was a sad point. Knowing you can't go back and play it again from the beginning. And feel it and experience it for the first time. Yeah, Tex, it might have been the first time I saw hovercraft like that as well. Thinking about it. Should probably have mirror mode on at this point. I realise I haven't left much room for a cockpit here, but this thing is quite heavy because it's got a lot of extra armour. So I think I'm going to need a lot of lifting thrust. In fact, let's just check where it's at even before I've put any decoratives on. $15.8. Okay, it's good at the moment. Sweet. It's not enough to work on Omicron, but it's enough to work in the standard alien environment, which is good. Could possibly go the full 8 thrusters there. Yeah. Gannett, the relative top speed mod I use is called relative top speed. I think. All right. Attack of the uncooperative drones. Yep, here we go. That's the mod of all the drones from uncooperative survival. And look at the names. These two being remaining very prominent in our community. Okay. Let's get a bit of an interior, because then this will kind of come together, I think. And then once I've got a bit of an interior, I'll be able to work out what to do underneath. Ooh! Huh. I was saying I'd like to do some underslung cockpits. Maybe this is an opportunity for one. Let's lose that thruster. It's going to get in the way of my plans. I'm thinking sloped. No, not sloped there. Sloped. With these either side. I think that'll still look okay from the front. Let's go with these blocks. Yeah, Notepad++ is the way to go when you're starting out writing stuff. It does make it much easier than most alternatives. And it's free. Go to this for that bit. And again, regret not putting on mirroring. But I'm almost done with the mirrorable bits. Also, if you're starting out with scripting in Space Engineers, I can very strongly recommend spending some time in the modding sections of the official Discord, because there are a lot of very old hands, and I mean that in a complimentary way, some very experienced people who hang out there and help out. And then I want some lights to attach. Use as an attachment point, because if I put light there, no, not there, there, I can then put some catwalk to use as the floor, so I can put the control seat in here. Pillar of Autumn, King of Underslung cockpit areas. Maybe. Maybe. put a cockpit in before I forget that that's what I'm doing here. Let's make that a little bit less saturated, a little bit less bright. It's too unsaturated. I don't want this to be gold. I want it to be plain. But I just want to continue that yellowish stuff from outside. The gold inside I think will be too dark. It's, as long as there's bright light on it, the gold is quite bright, but as soon as there's not, because of the metallic nature of it, it actually becomes really hard to see. Now, this is going to get tricky. Because that's in the middle. That makes it hard to fit stuff around it. More Dijon and less honey. Yeah, it's kind of Dijon, in a way, I guess. A bit mustardy. If I pop that out, could I put a door there? I could. Need to lose that bit of armor block though. That's okay. Glass and metal grating. Maybe. I guess you could put a glass floor in here. I might end up needing to use this block space for a light though. Like maybe even... Oh no, I won't be able to use the passage light because it'll block the door. Doesn't work. So yeah, I might need to use that block space to put a light in. So I need to fit bathroom, bed, and a little kitchen area in here. Yes, an Eisen door. I'm forever going to think of it as an Eisen door. Eisen. Dang it. Do that for a bathroom. Then put a shower over that side. Oops, this is meant to be mustard. Mustard toilet. Yeah. Then I can put in some lockers. Because I'll have room for a light in front of the toilet, which is handy. I will also put in some railings inside the stairs. I think bed. Bed like so, and can have some more lockers here. Make the bed feel a bit more private, even though it's very exposed out that end. Now I'm going to need to fit the remote control, some gyros and other stuff in here. But this is pretty much all that needs to be in the ship right now. Since it is a cargo ship, let's put some cargo on board. No survival kit. I don't tend to put survival kits on many of these ships. I suppose I could put another bed in, actually. So I could pop out that block and then go and put a bed like that. In fact, if I do that, I should probably do the same on this side and see if I can create a bit more interior space doing this style. And where is it? That. Get rid of that. Whoop. That armory locker. And I'll put another one in here. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the survival kit can be a valuable piece of loot because it has silver in it. And I know a lot of people tend to play with mods like scarce resources and such. And so if I'm messing with providing them silver when they aren't in space, it just doesn't feel right. And it's also... it's a mod set that I tend to play with a lot myself, so I don't want to mess myself up either. There we go. Got our way around to the toilet and shower. Gonna need to figure out how to light this place so that it's not too dim with all this dark grey around. Kitchen in front of the cargo block. Yeah, that sounds like a decent plan. Or do I do this? Storage shelf in front of the cargo container and then a kitchen off to the side. Kitchen in mustard. In mustard we trust. Alright, I think that might have to do for the interior. Because I feel like I could do this and put a little set of chairs there. It's not too weird. Maybe instead I'll put a desk here. That's less weird. So we've got two desks in different orientations because of the bathroom. And then I just got to fit a ceiling onto this and put the remote control and gyroscope somewhere in that ceiling. Let's put a gyro down there while I remember. Put the remote in front of it. I've seen some of the new mods that add the small grid programmable block to desks and such. Have one of them in Escape from Purgatory, actually. Would be nice to build a ship that's sleek and streamlined on the bottom, but very asymmetrical and industrial on top. Kind of like the Nostromo with an industrial module. That would be interesting, Tex. Hard to pull off the aesthetics so it looks right. But it would be interesting. Okay, let's grab our gold. One along there. Along there. Now charcoal down the middle. Actually. Does anyone remember? I don't think I did, but did I get rid of a bunch of batteries at any point in this redesign? I think I left most of them in. Karma's Evil Twin, the remotes already go boom on their own. I don't need to add warheads. I have it set up so that they will explode in your face if you grind them. Which is an intentional thing to make it a little bit more challenging to take over a ship. Yeah, there could be a few dents in the wall from people rushing around inside here trying to get bust in to go to the toilet. There we go. I think that's come together pretty ridiculously quickly. I wasn't expecting this to be such a quick build, to be honest. Let's come together quite nicely, I feel. I don't want those to be that style of armor. I think they'll be better. There's a 2x1 slope. I'll cross over those 2 bits of gold. Maybe not. Maybe this would be better. Oops. Is it that? Yeah, that's the block I want. I think that's the closest I can get to the shape I'm looking for. I realized there was a hole above the armory on this side, so I need to rearrange these plates a bit so that they stick out further. I'm hoping it doesn't ruin the lines of things. No. No, I think that works. What I could do, instead of that block, is go to this one here. There we go. Smooth and clean is possible in Space Engineers, but you have to be very, very mindful about how you're approaching it to begin with. You need to go for a shape that is possible, because many shapes are not possible. Which is why the standard Space Engineers build style is ridged and ribbed and deliberately not trying to be completely sleek. What? What's wrong with the catwalk? Yes, they're different. There we go. So a lot of you guys would know that I tend to not use a huge number of mods in my playthroughs. But yeah, I do really like some of the stuff that Spacebar's come out with his cockpit mods. And the AQD reinforced windows, I think would allow people who do a lot of those tank builds and like era builds, you'd be able to build stuff like B-17s that look vaguely right and have like little gunner ball cockpits underneath a massive flying atmospheric ship like this if you wanted to. Which would be kind of cool, but again, I deliberately limit the mods in my series because my series tend to go very long and mods tend to break. This ship is gold because it was sent to me gold. And I think the gold is thematically appropriate for it. I also think it might be good. I can start running through the checklist on it. Dijon mustard spear. A spear of mustard. Not sure about that. I will be right back in a sec though. Just quick bio break and I'll be back to finish this thing off. Alrighty, I'm back. And I have food in my mouth. Apologies. The music I use on my stuff is from Artlist. The majority is. For my purposes, Artlist works far, far, far better than Epidemic because its licensing is more generous. It's about the same price as Epidemic is for a full year, except I can use it on every single one of my channels. And I don't have to buy an extra license for every extra channel. Which is, I think, understandably preferable. I'm also noticing I don't need to have this funny thing sticking up here anymore. Which the antenna could be like this. And sitting more neatly down inside. No, the talk of mustard wasn't what made me hungry. The thing that made me hungry is that I ate breakfast almost 6 hours ago. I'm pretty happy with this. I feel like I've converted it into a piloted ship without changing too much of it in a way that made it feel different. Oh yeah, you would be able to land on these spikes. You'd be a bit crooked because the ones at the back don't stick down quite as far. It does not have data pads or anything like that. If you guys have something funny to put on a golden spear, let me know. Because I think it's time to start the checklist, and that means putting in the loot. And the lights. Nope, no connector. And no, it's going to keep its original name of the Golden Spear. Although I might drop the for the name of it. For the most part, I try and stick to people's original names for the ships. Because I feel that it's a nice way of making sure that people know which ship was theirs, especially if I've modified it reasonably heavily. No, let's check all the turrets. How many of them are there, actually? 1, 2... That's a lot of interior turrets. I think I'm going to have to trim down the number of interior turrets. And we might need an underslung large turret. Wait, did I just typo that? Yeah, the gyros have been replaced. No, I didn't write Glodden Spear. Although, I feel if Capac was here, he would say, should totally make a ship called the Glodden Spear. I'm just thinking about turrets and I don't like any of the spots that I can put them. I quite like that Noctis silence. Let's shift of 10. Data pad. Oh no! No! I didn't think that'd make 10,000. Arg. Ah. Make sure there's plenty of tzatziki. Yep. I'm happy to include mustard jokes in this ship. Think. Yeah. This is just regular Splitsy. This is just regular stupid Splitsy. This isn't special night shift stupid. This is just regular stupid. So I don't have a good excuse. Yeah, Tex, it would be really nice if Keen had figured out a way to make the turrets not clang and yet fit on a single block and not be, as you put it, barnacles. Colonel Mustard's personal ship. Ooh! I like the idea of making a Colonel Mustard joke. The ship. Where was it? Oh yeah, laws. I can probably include those in several of the design. Engineer's log. Had to expose myself to enemy fire during a heavy attack today. What crazy engineer didn't pipe up the turret when he designed it? There we go. That works. And I paused chat, which confused me. Colonel Mustard in the med bay with a catback. uh, Oops, that's not what I wanted to press. Shift tab does not work to go to the previous field when you're playing Space Engineers or anything in Steam. Datapad name. Mystery solved. Dear John, you must hoard the whole grain. The French and the English are looking for it. Jeez, big ol' with that level of pun, you're pushing. I'm actually really disappointed. Capac's not here to groan at it. uh. Alright, we got 2 data pads, let's pop them on board. Probably should have some lights in here too. Since I'm doing loot before lights, which, you know, it's me. I guess that fits the theme. I really hope that everyone kind of likes the fact, like all of you guys who are here for the streams, like that you can play with these mods and you'll see little bits and pieces that you're like, oh yeah, I remember that stream. So I think that'd be kind of cool. I like that that's a thing that might happen. Oh, there's a catwalk here. There's nowhere for a light. What have I done? I can't get rid of that catwalk because that catwalk is the bridge one. No. Drat. Maybe I'll have to do this. Uh-oh. Oh no. That has to be a light there. I'll just put lights on both of them. Grr. Let's turn off my lights. I like that one too, Laws. Captain's log. Whenever I ask where my welder is, one of the crew always responds, "In the billiard room, Captain Mustard." Light. That's what I was writing. Let's see how the bathroom looks if I put these lights up to a decent radius. Yeah, might work okay. I need to pump this one up a bit further. It's a little bit odd. Do I need this? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Oh. Get rid of that. Let's put a light there. That's looking a bit better. And yeah, now I can offset this one, assuming the offset is going the correct way. Like so. Now it looks like the light is coming from those lights. A bit more. In fact... yeah, I'll make it perfect for the bathroom. Look at that. Oh yeah, I could have used passageway light there. Would somebody please inform Lieutenant DJ Mustard that he is not to leave his spare parts lying around. The pilot nearly tripped on an old steel tube in cockpit yesterday and he won't leave me alone about it. Yes, Layers J. I think the test version of the mod has lunar bases. The release version definitely will. But the test version I'm pretty sure does at the moment. Let's put a package in the cargo container. Then I need to spawn myself a cargo container so I can grab a whole bunch of tools. I want 25 of them, 25 of them, 25 of them. Let's get a couple of the next tier up as well. I'll do. So many tools. Okay. Now I can leave weapons and stuff, like in the pilot's seat. I can put one of those. Small steel tube in one of the lockers. Okay. I can't with that style of locker. Drat. Do toilets have inventory? I don't think they do. No. Beds won't let you put a steel tube in it. I think it's just going to have to be in one of the cargo containers. What? Oh, that one. Okay, fine. Oh yeah, I suppose I'll put the small steel tube in the cockpit inventory. That makes more sense. Then I can put one of these guns, a couple of ammo in one of the armory lockers, along with a grinder. And this one can have a fancy drill. Or a fancy welder. Yeah. Oh, jeez, Laws. The inventory of the toilet is flushed after use. Yes. One would hope so. How's this gonna look? Does that add or detract? I think that takes away. I think I'd be better off putting a light down here. Hadn't made these yellow, which makes no sense. They should have been yellow because we're on board a mustard ship. There we go. Yeah, I also wish the cockpit kitchen had a small inventory, just in a little bin or one of these drawers you could access, so you could put clan cola in them. Same with the bar. Oh well. If we got more decorative blocks with lights, I would not care which ones had inventories. Okay. As it is now, we have not copy-pasted to check integrity. We have got a remote control, we have got a gyroscope. So let's start through the checklist. Aha. There we go. That's why we do this check now. There are floating blocks. There we are. That's fixed. So there is a remote, there is a gyroscope. Let's just check. Gyro. Remote control. Antenna name was set, but was range. I don't think I set the range when I did it. No, I didn't. Guns at adequate range and idle movement off. Now the guns. There are a lot of interior turrets on there. I think I'm going to lose a couple. Let's get rid of these ones. So then we've got 2 on the front there, 2 on the little winglets. So that's 4. Oh, I hadn't noticed the piston heads at the back here. I mean the rotor heads. It's an interesting touch. Not sure which one you're referring to, Big Ol, but I use railings to make stuff float all the time. Because it's kind of handy. I've used it to do railings of different colour to the catwalk as well, which is nice. When you want yellow railings and normal coloured catwalk. How many turrets are there? That's what I was doing before I started reading chat and got distracted. Okay, there are just those 4. Yeah, I think you're right, Eisen. I think this does need to move forward. Which will mean... Let's get rid of those bits. Yeah, I think possibly in the middle is going to be best. Yeah, that looks more balanced, doesn't it? Range, idle movement off. Ammunitions. It's good. Let's lose these 2. Check out how much ammo is in these 2. And then think about where else needs to have some. Okay, so we got coverage on the top with the big turrets. I really would like to fit one underneath somewhere. But the only spot is here between these thrusters. I don't think the turrets necessarily like being in those positions. Can try though. If this one's always on fire, you know why this ship doesn't work. Oh yeah, I get what you mean, bigger. Yeah. using the double railings to create what looks like what is a visual gap between two grids, but is actually a single grid because that is the joining block. I might eventually use some tricks like that on the bases for this, because it might be nice to create some outhouses that look like separate buildings even though they're not, and spawn together with the regular ones. I think that might be enough coverage. Any more and I feel like I might be creating something that's a behemoth that'll be a pain to take on, so you'll just ignore it. Unless you've got shields. Yeah. Alright. Turrets are done, they've got ammo. Lighting. Let's brighten that, broaden this radius a bit. With this. Oops. Didn't realize I accidentally grabbed the control seat then. I should make these completely yellow. Maybe. A little less green. Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah. Cool. Lighting done. Random minor loot is done. Check the grid name and close the doors. Golden Spear, name is correct, does not have a space at the end, excellent. And close the doors, there's only one door. Closed. Make a blueprint and export. Control B. Sweet. The mod I'm using with the lights is Build Vision, and it has an awesome function that was added not that long ago that allows you to copy-paste settings between blocks, which is an absolute dream when doing lighting, because you can pick a color and then you can set that color on all the lights that you want in a particular room and then move into another room, change it up, and yeah, it's just so much better. Build Vision, I think it's 2.5 at the moment. Yeah. Alright. Success. We are 2 ships into the next block. And we have the next ship, even though it's spelled as though it should be a double L yes sound. As Checksum said, it's the Valley Crucis, which I presume is more like Valley of the Cross. Don't know if Checksum's disappeared, he was in chat earlier. Alright, so some interior modifications have been made. Some more will probably be made. Because I need some... I haven't done the lighting yet. So first up, let's fix this. Control panel. Text editor add. Text padding. Out to there. size a bit further. Might darken this just a touch, so it's a bit easier to read. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, text editor needs to be hot pink for Jackson's ships. That's true. But I still think I'm super happy with how this turned out from last time. Just how much more this feels fitted to space engineers. Alright, I'm happy with that. So I've obviously got a little bit more white on the inside instead of silver, which even without any proper lighting is making it a fair bit easier to navigate around. I think I'll leave this one as it is rather than changing it over to a text thing. And I think that's the whole interior, isn't it? We've got engineering, we've got a crew section, got an airlock, and then we've got more crew section down the bottom with beds and stuff. But again, mainly just brought in the white instead of the silver to make it a lot easier to navigate and a lot easier to see stuff, because I have to think about this from a content creation point of view as well. So, lighting. Let's start from engineering. Bring it up a little bit. I know thematically it should be dark, so I'm just trying to bring it up enough that the lighter areas show up. You've been trying to use the blammo picture on widescreen LCDs and it keeps requiring resetting every time I re-log in. What? What blammo picture? You're talking about the one that I have as a emote. I didn't think I'd made a blammo for an LCD. Though now that I say that, maybe I should. Can I think of a reason to have blammo suddenly show up on a screen? It doesn't fit on the screen. I don't think I edited this. Oh, the news one. It keeps requiring resetting every time I log in. Weird. I don't know why that would be. I guess we'll find out if this screen actually works. LCDs and images go a bit weird sometimes, annoyingly. How's the what? How is that 5? Oh, I'm blue. Grrr. I don't want to be blue. Interesting. By dropping the peak blue down to 200, it really drops the intensity of the light. Was not expecting that. Yeah, no, I can very much see where you're coming from in terms of liking moody interiors, Jackson. I'm always I'm always torn about how moody I want an interior to be, because there are very much times where I'd like to do it, and I really enjoyed doing the moody interior for the oops, that painted more than I wanted it to. For the volcano base in survival, maybe that was really fun, but I just need to keep in mind sometimes that how much will be actually able to be seen. There we go. I feel like this you can now see, but it also still has that very cold feel. Because that cold blue light is everywhere. But there's enough bits of white that I can now actually navigate. You reckon leave this white? Yeah, maybe. Is that visible outside? That's a resounding nope. It is not. Oh yeah, on the topic of craft pre-stocked with data pads, I... when I eventually catch up to where all the submissions are at, considering I'm still doing submissions from 2019, I do intend to... like, I'm very happy for people to submit stuff with data pads already in situ. Just as happy with Checksum doing stuff like this in the build. If it's blue with pink stripes, it's probably Checksum's. This is true. Okay, so... let's just do a quick check, because this one, there really wasn't much to change. I'm happy with the gun placements. I think the pair down here and the pair up here is kind of nice, with a single one at the rear. The only thing I might consider, since this does have a large ion, is something that I've started doing relatively recently, which is finding an armor block in next to it and shoving down in here and accidentally deleting through into an interior space. Whoops. Okay, didn't realize the thruster was right there. Wonder will a decoy look okay here? Will that look out of place? Yes. Yes, it will. How am I going to sneak a decoy in next to that large thruster? Aha. I think I know where. Does anyone remember what was here What was in that corner? Was it just a... What did I delete? Was it an armory locker? I don't think it was. Oh no, it's just... I see what it was. It was one of these. Yep, there we go. So is this... This has got reactors, so I might switch out the reactors for batteries as well. Just with the large ion, I don't want to give reactors to. Okay, need to note, Jackson has coloured these ones differently. Okay. This will hopefully draw any turret fire that an assaulting player has towards the large thruster, hopefully damaging it. In fact, you know what? You know what? I'm doing it. Yeah. Turret. I think this one will suit having a bit of an extra armament compared to the usual. Especially as I'm planning on using a lot of Jackson's ships as kind of the military component of the Assertive Cargo Ships mod. Because his design aesthetic is so consistent, I think it works quite well as a military police style thing. It's consistent and it's also quite distinct. Oh, laws. Jeez. Yeah, the pink police. That's... It's not that weird to me to have police stuff with high-vis bits on it, since all of our police cars in Australia pretty much have those sorts of things. I do really like this. I'm guessing this happened as a way to replace what would have been a large ion as well. Okay, the interior turret's fine. Are they ammoed up? No, there's an interior turret without ammo. Okay. It's you. Ah, jump drive, yeah. Okay, yeah, I see. You did this design to look like the jump drive style thing. That's cool. I like it. And yeah, this style of build with these this long section at the front does look like a mass accelerator cannon. Which I think is why I liked the idea of these ones being the police. the defenders. Ammo, lighting's okay. Random minor loot. Now, I don't think I'm going to put any extra data pads on here because the stuff on the screens tells the story. What I may do though is reduce how much uranium you get. And pop some stuff into these lockers. Where's my money? Do I want... Yeah, I'll leave the reactors in. I mean, with only 5 uranium in each, it'll kind of be an in-between point of, is it worth... Like, are you going to get much out of that uranium? You'll get a bit, but you won't get a huge amount. However... Forgot I meant to grind these down. That one can stay. And that one can stay. I might just empty this a little bit to that state. Yeah. Okay. Downstairs. The packages are good for nothing. The packages are there just because I feel like it's something I can put in the cargo that looks like they're carrying something. Yeah, Keen did a good job with the shelves. It's the same way that Ixter did his shelves. It's a good use of build states. Some economy quests do require packages. I don't think they disassemble to anything. I don't know if having these on board the Assertive cargo ships will break those missions where you need to drop them off, in terms of if you collect these, can you then just drop them off for the economy quests? If they do, I'm kind of okay with that. Because I imagine that they're harder to acquire from the rare cargo ship I put them on than they are to acquire for the quest. So if you manage to get them, it's like, well, fine. I think that's okay. I don't know. Do you go, like, I feel like that's fine. Sometimes it's not that big a deal if you've got some things that might break stuff. Like that. I might just delete this part of the name. Just so it's a bit shorter. Oh, yeah, that's right. You'd have to know where the quest is going and have an idea of the quest. Yeah, that's true. Because they're not fetch quests, they're delivery quests. You get given the package, you have to then take it somewhere and drop it off. So yeah, it doesn't break anything. It's just... It's clutter. It's the same as the billion plates and cups and things that are worth nothing that you pick up all around Skyrim. And if you're like me the first time you played Skyrim, you take all of them back and sell them all and end up with game-breaking levels of gold through the extreme patience of doing that process. Ah, hello conveyor lines that don't need to be there. You are going to be replaced. At least partially. Probably should have checked before I did this. There are 5 batteries on here. That is a large hydrogen tank. I did not know this was in here. Exum, what else is down the front here? Oh, it's just 2 hydrogen tanks, right? Okay. Hang on, alright. You know I can fix it without getting rid of all of it. All I wanted was a room to put some space to put some extra batteries. I feel like that'll be enough. Ooh. Actually, since I've got this space open, let's draw some fire to there too. Why not? Yeah, this one will definitely be fun if you're playing with the explosive tanks mod. Hey dear, how's it going? Dang it, Isa, now I'm tempted to do that. I'm tempted to get rid of the tanks and actually retrofit this to have a full barracks space. No, let's think of this as more like a tanker. So this can provide hydrogen fuel to stuff around it. Oh. It would be an epic barracks thing though, wouldn't it? Let's... Dang it, dang it, dang it! Why give such a good idea when I'm almost done? Urgh. Alright, let's make a... Oh, what I just popped then. Oh! Hello. There. Okay. Yeah, okay. That is space available. What is beneath this? Oh, space. Gotcha. Ah, I see. I see where I am. I mean, I could include both as variants, like I have a variance of multiple other ships. I'm going to have to get rid of this cockpit. which is fine because the cockpit on the other one will have the story. So I have this space to work with as a crew quarter. I think the gate's too big for this. I think it's, isn't it 5 blocks across, not 3? So it'd stick out where, and if these are the dark blocks, they're actually on the outside, yeah. So there's not enough width for the gate. Not quite enough. Jackson, don't go asking questions like that. I don't know what I'll do with downstairs yet. What I was thinking was, though... I can make these all beds. And that, and then that. Because I think if these are beds, this will look kind of cool from the outside. Get up close enough you'll see, but if you're far away it'll be pretty much how it used to look. Hey Lucas, how's it going? I wonder if... Oh, that's the wrong way. I wonder if we'll be able to get away with these beds being white. So what I might do is pop this side out, and then we can have a look at both sides at the same time. One in white, one in dark. Whatever color it is. Let's go to white. So I wonder if the glass will cover it up enough to get away with this. Lucas is never here to cause trouble. At least not on these streams. Is that subtle enough? Alright, this will be another poll time. Let's bring the sun around so we can see it in daylight and darkness. So that's daylight. On that side. And then we got this side in darkness and in daylight. So we have the black and we have the white. Or, because this is the crew version, do we go full on and do we go white and just leave it white? Do we do that? Alright, you want me to try the window wall, the window blocks? Where have I got them in there? I think I put them somewhere on this list of stuff. Are they in this one? But the viewport's over the windows. I actually think it looks better set in than coming out than those. Where are the other windows? The new ones. Yeah. Do you know why I think I like the beds as they are better? That's the closest to being centered you'll get out of a window. Just thinking whether that's a look we can use in the future. It doesn't work here because we need the third bit in the middle, but for some extra depth in the outside of your builds, that could be really nice. Yeah, the other option would be these ones. But again, I think the loads of beds makes it, you know, it's a barrack ship. So I guess if I put windows in here, then I can mess around with the internals as much as I like. So if we went with these instead. But these could easily be just done in black too. Kind of works as well, doesn't it? I think that's going to be... yeah, let's go with that. I like it. It's much cleaner. And I can place whatever I like on the inside of it because it's on the outer block. And I don't even have to build it up at that height. I can put the bunks down lower. Nah. Just thought I was curious how it'd look with the neons behind it. Alright. That is progress. Yeah, where am I? Just going to clear out all this space so that I've got Oh, why did that depressurize? Weird. Ooh. There's a lot more room than I thought I was going to get. Yeah, let's do a full refit. So then the two variants will have more value as variants. Jeez, that's some noise. Ah. That does sound nice, Lucas. Being able to define exactly how much ammo to put in what type of turret. The other thing I really, and I was talking about this earlier on the stream that you mentioned you were going to do with the new version of Modular Encounters / Rival AI, is being able to create scenarios by being able to pre-spawn or spawn stuff at specific coordinates in a scenario. I'm really hopeful that that'll allow people to come up with some really cool stuff. And I think I just disconnected a craft gen. I did. Okay. We have an empty hull with something clanging around inside. Probably some of that. Wait a second. Jax, are you telling me there isn't a remote control block on the other one? No, there is. There is. There is. There is. It's all good. I might have deleted it in here, though. Because this was very much intended to be a gutting. Don't remember trying to delete those blocks, but I guess I did. Whoops. I'm going to cut this and paste it in again, just see that I hadn't broken off some other chunks. I bet you'd love that, Laws. Being able to put a magazine in the toilet for the pun. Well, Jax, I wouldn't... like, the working over of this would have been a short one, except for the suggestion to remove those tanks and do something else with the space. So it's now become a full retrofit and redo. Dang good ideas being given late in the piece. Alright, let's go. Stairs there. Stairs there. Because I'm going to put the cockpit down here. No, the toilets don't have inventory, Lucas. That's annoying. Because I'd totally put data pads in them. If they did. Have I got... Don't have LCDs on my thing. Oh, good. Script. Artificial horizon. Script. I might just do that for those, but what I want to do is try and match the color to something a bit more interesting. It's pretty close to red when you've got the yellow highlight over it. In fact, instead of that, let's go color. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. Yeah, without my lights, well, without my lights you can't see anything. But I think that works pretty well against the pink. You use 255, 50, 150, alright, let's see how different that looks. Oh, that's quite, yeah. No, I'm gonna stick with the matching the paint pink. Yep. Text. In fact, I'm just gonna be sidetracked for a second. I can't remember how to set up this controls for it, but there is, someone has made a Tetris for the LCD screens. And the script seems to still work. It's really old, but does seem to still work. In fact, that putting some sort of game on an LCD would be kind of fun for another image to add to the image mod that I'm using. Because that would be certainly something a bit different. What I'd like to do for this one, just for a bit of detail, can someone think of something to put on the bottom right screen with the text editor image? So I think given it's got a full keyboard, it kind of works. Space Invaders would be a good option, Demonworks. That's a... yeah. Pong, but the ball is Capac, and every time he hits the paddle, he goes, ow. you on this? Ding. There. There we go. And let's get the color. There we go. That works. That is something that almost no one is going to notice. Which is perfect. And then for this one, I'm going to... Oops, keep going to the wrong thing. Someone is watching the news. What? You're awesome? Do I still have a remote on this, or has it been deleted? I have deleted it. Alright, the remote's got to be pink. And white. Will do. West of house. You are standing in an open field west of a white house with a boarded front door. There is a small mailbox here. Oh, that's right, it is too. I've put the blammo screen over the super clangy adventure. Yeah, stuck. Alright, that's one cockpit. Now, for crew quarters. I want to make this kind of like a troop transport ship. So we need a decent dining area, and we need a decent amount of beds. Lucas, it's kind of mixed. Sometimes I hide the remote control, sometimes I don't. Depends how many times I want Capac to grind it and have it explode in his face. Because it's kind of funny when that happens. Because he always jumps. I think what we can do This isn't going to be able to have like a full-on staffed kitchen area. This will be a relatively small transport, but still bigger than most that I've built so far. So I'm thinking... if I put kitchen there... is the railing... is there a railing end? There isn't, is there? I want a railing there, then I need some desks. And this should be being done in white so that it's visible. Actually, that's a good point. Oh, what did I just do that for? Aerodype splitsy. I should just use vending machines rather than a kitchen. It's a troop transport. That's not how you spell vending. Not a vending machine, a dispenser. Then I can put some desks in here. And maybe I'll put another vending machine over in the side here. I think that looks like a fairly decent crew area in terms of scale. Yeah, I'm always a bit funny about putting the kitchens over a stairway or beside an empty space, but there often doesn't seem to be a better choice. So there should be more space down the bottom that I could put. Oh yeah, that could work. Bathrooms. So let's try this. Bathroom with shower. Gotta have lots of toilets, apparently. Maybe I can just have 2 of those blocks. Yeah, I'll just do 2 blocks. Then we can do armories. I shouldn't be blocking any of the toilets, no. Because you can go in through the shower. And then, yeah, lockers along the wall could work as well. Just trying to think about one other aspect before I get too excited about this, though, is how I'm going to do the access to the top level. To the next level where the beds will actually be. I feel like it needs to be these stairs because we've got these stairs already here. I don't know that's going to work either. Oh yeah, I need to add a gyro back in. Good point. What kind of upwards acceleration you recommend for ships flying in 1G? I don't know how to give you a measure of that. But if you can make it so your ship can fly comfortably on the alien planet up to, you know, a couple thousand meters above sea level, then it'll probably be okay. And it should fly comfortably in that area. I have to go with these stairs. Even though it doesn't match. Oakley dokley. Let's put our beds in and see where we're left, what we're left with after that. Maybe I'll just get rid of one of those beds actually. Bruman's log. The design here is odd. You climb a ladder to the beds with the facilities underneath. I'm a grown-up man on my first assignment and I'm sleeping in a bunk bed. That seems quite reasonable. So the reason I wasn't going to do this middle level with living stuff is that there's no way to put... I can't think of a good way of putting these tables and things in this middle section when I don't have a floor. Yeah. Toilets above my bed would be worse than toilets below my bed. Agreed. I think I'm going to need to put these in between, just as a bit of a divider. Yeah, I need to change... yeah, that's right. The wafts of air coming from that's not good. Probably shouldn't have this style of catwalk. I should probably go with the old school one. me the pink. There we go. The veterans all call our bunk area the tank and won't tell us why. Actually, Laws, that one's going on a thingo, on a data pad. Where's the data pad? Dude, I want 25 of them. Let's give me 5. Let's put that in this bed. I like that. Right, so we've got... Curious whether this is going to work. Obviously not in pink. I think that'd be a bit too much for the door, but I'm curious whether this will be navigable. Oh yeah. Ooh, hold up. Oh yeah, I'll put that there, because that'll give me space to put down the gyroscope that I deleted. The turrets don't need to be conveyed, but I could put a conveyor line along there for that reason, Tex, just so that it has that look. Go light there, and light there. Now it's starting to take shape. I would have liked to put some lockers or something along here, but I felt it kind of worked having, since we've got all the right shapes for these passageways, this kind of worked nicely. Yeah, the gyro should be, I think it's stuck, I think I stuck it to an armor block that's part of the hull, so it should be fine. If only there was a gap in this floor. It'd be so nice to be able to put the passageways in between the beds too. Those are the DLC ones, Tex. Everything I'm building in this mod is vanilla. / DLC, if you want to separate DLC as being something independent of vanilla. Try something. Is this gonna work? Or does it just look a bit weird? Nah, it just looks a bit weird. I think I could do something taking advantage of this look, but I don't think it works here. And I think I'm just going to bring the ceiling down. Except I need space for lights, so I'll have to leave some of it up. So I don't really have a good use for this space. And I want this to feel cramped. I suppose I could try and work out a way to do another row of bunks, but then I'll have nowhere to put any lights. I kind of need light. If I rotate the bunks, that could make it interesting. Let's try it. I'm interested. I was just thinking I'd end up with a double bed, but I don't have to rotate them against each other. I can do this. Why not? What? Oh, data pad. What do you guys think? Do you think this looks better? Or do I or should I alternate? What's there? Now let me just clear this out so I can place them down quickly. That'll be that, then that, that, then that, then that, and that. That kind of works. Also means that you won't see that these windows don't line up with the outside. Oh yeah, that's what I could do. I've just done it wrong though to do that, but if I alternate the other side, I gotta start this side differently. Start with that. And not a shower. I wanted to start with one of these there, then go to a bed. See you, Jackson. Got a little bit sidetracked with watching your own ship get messed with. That is the wrong way around. So the reason I started with them, the reason I thought I'd start with the armory locker there was so that this stair being arranged this way made some sense. Come with me on a journey of choices. Our protagonist started off making ships, but little did he know he was entering the Greeble Zone. Nice one, Tex. That's not the color I wanted. If the beds are blue. Just the beds. The top block is required. The top block is the exterior of the ship, I think. Or is it? Oh, it's not. Oh. Oh, we can do another deck. Now, I don't know about this blue alternating thing. Especially since I missed one. I think I preferred it all in white. And remember, I'm probably going to paint this in Jackson's, well, do the lighting in that dark blue that was in the other version of the ship. So what we'll end up with is this white not being as brilliant white as it is right now. It'll be a kind of dulled, darker thing. Now I have to figure out the stairs. Which means I reckon we're going to go with half stairs. That doesn't work. Come on, Splitsy, get your head in the game. This is getting very cozy. which is appropriate, but still. I gotta go with that, I think. Then we can switch over to the pink plate. Can anyone think? I can't think of a better way to do these stairs. Especially with the fact that I do need to have the opaque catwalks on this lower level. Should I go with grated catwalks for the top? Maybe I should, because then the lighting will make sense. It's okay to have gratings between bunks, but you don't really want gratings above the toilet. Right, let's do the beds. Half stair in the same orientation as the current stairs. Let's get down here. Yeah, you could. I don't think we get enough of an advantage out of it once we have to go out this far. Need to get a grab gen in here somewhere. In fact, that might work. CMS block, I do not. There we go. Now we've got a proper cruise ship. How many bunks is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 22 bunks. It's not bad. That could really use a railing though. Now we need lights. So, that's going to be the tricky part, is how to make this work. I think I need to make those bits blocked off. How many blocks is that between? 3, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, there. I think I'm going to have to use interior lights rather than corner lights as well, so that I get lights that go down far enough. Yeah. In the real world, you'd probably advocate for a second set of stairs. It's true. I think you possibly... I possibly could pull it off if not for the weirdness of the passageways on the bottom, because you could do the looping back and forth half-width stairs and just take out these 4 beds, or these 2 beds, but I think it'll end up looking really weird to do that here. How weird would this look? Short answer, very. Nope. And there we go. Got our 3 lights. We're gonna have another light here. I just need to go get the color of that because I can't remember it from the other ship. Then we'll start to feel, I think, the difference now that I've got all that white, but it'll feel so much different once the blue lighting is on it instead. I think the radius is going to have to be up around maybe even 15. Yeah, this looks so different now. It looks a little bit too bright though. Intensity is way too high. That's a bit more like it. Yeah, it is meant to be all clean armor. And we change the lights down below. Yeah, this works. Just need to figure out what I'm going to do with this space here. But I feel like this really does what I was hoping it would do. Create that feeling of a big crewed ship. I suppose I could put more mess hall here. Or some like couches and a TV or something. Oh, medical area, yeah. Not a bad idea. Poor person who sleeps above this. Trying to think why this is going to work better. That's odd. feel like I'll stick with that. And then weapon racks. Now we've got the passageway, so I'll continue those and use a regular old passage 3 there, and then the T piece. Where is it? D junction. Where's the half one? Right, there we go. Yeah. Now I just need some lighting out here. I do like that we've finally got vanilla versions, even though they're DLC, vanilla versions of these sort of multi-direction passageway mods. Or passageways that used to just be a mod thing. Because it does add so much more ability to design cramped interiors like this that still feel like there's a clear flow to which way you're moving. And we go with a corner light. Corner light. Actually, no. Let's not go with corner lights. I'm going to bring down this ceiling a bit. Let's put my lights back on so I can see what I'm doing. And I'll just put lights in those two spots. I like these inset lights with this lighting scheme. Oh yeah, I can use the hang in there stuff and those motivational posters. I forgot about those. Because I'm incorporating the Survival Impossible LCDs, I can put stuff around. But what I might do for this one, rather than the hang in there, because that feels a bit too corporate desk job, instead, we're going to go with zoom, zoom, zoom. A little bit of that. If I hadn't just brought the roof down, I probably could have put some of the hang in there posters around. Oh, the clone loss one, yeah, because it's more of a warning one, isn't it? There we go. Hang in there for medbay area. Oh. Should I get... Okay. Am I going a bit overboard if I do this? And put the hang in there. I think it might be too much. That's more... That's... I think for me that's edging into annoying joke territory rather than just one-off sort of thing. So what do you guys reckon for the crew version of this ship? Pretty happy. I'm thinking something though. Where have we got? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? That's what I want, and that's what I want, and that's what I want. Hooray, it is airtight. Yeah, it worked out really nicely having that spot for that vent. Completely unintentional, but very convenient. Just go with this. If I do this instead. Because I agree, that second dispenser did look a bit funny where it was. Then... a jukebox in. If this were a bigger ship, we could have put in target dummies and things like that. I am vaguely tempted by the jukebox though. Jukebox. I don't think this is going to play because I've got music off. Oh well. I think I might lose this LCD. Feels a bit out of place. This is just stuck on the one spot, but I do like the only you can prevent clone loss. I think this is pretty well done. There's something funny about this space that I'm not happy with though. I want something to divide it. But I can't divide it too much because then I've blocked it off entirely. The planter feels too nice for something that's meant to be basically a military ship, to me. How does this feel? Oh yeah, the bar could work. The bar will be the... Yeah, use a bar. Good suggestion. Where's the bars? Oh, they're in that one. That? Yeah, that kind of works. It's so hard figuring these things out sometimes. Just can't quite get the look I'm after. But I think this is where I should say, yeah, I'm happy. I don't know, the middle open just felt a bit weird coming down here. I didn't like having the middle open because of that. But this equally looks weird. I just can't seem to get a look that I'm happy with. That might have to... I think I might just leave it like that. Because any more that I do, I keep feeling like it's not better. The reason I didn't want to put the corner locker in here is because then I've got the suits, and when I've got the suits all up here, I just felt like it could be weird. So I wanted to just have regular lockers and armories. I think I'm going to say that this is done for now. Sure. Try one more thing. The bar's too non... Yeah. That's just that. Alright, a loop. Now I need some stories. Yeah, I'll come back to that next time. Feel like we can finish this one off next time. That way I'll have a bit of... Whoops. Clearly mispainted and block there. I feel like then we can have a bit of a re-look at it with fresh eyes. Which I think will be useful. We've gotten 2 ships out of that, and then we'll move on to the rest of this motley crew. I still feel pretty good. 3 ships kind of done. Maybe even a 4th, including a variant. Plus the ones I did of the other set. That's a pretty good job. I will hopefully be back to do some more ACS later this week. I'm not sure which day at this stage. Kind of working that one out. On Wednesday, though, there is a brand new series with me and Capac that will be starting on my YouTube channel. And I'm very excited to see what everyone thinks about that, because it is very different to what we've done before. And then, of course, Escape from Purgatory will be back next Saturday. So there's all that, and plenty more to come. And we will see you then. Thanks for coming, everybody. Me, just me. I will see you then. Capac's not here. Such a force of habit.